And there we go. The stream should be starting here in just a moment. So, thanks for stopping by, guys, and welcome back to Gearblocks for a little bit of an interesting stream. Recently, in one of the videos I did, I had some comments suggesting that I try to make... Oh, I might do double audio. Let me fix that. There we go. I should be only having one audio. That may have been a bit of a bug there. Anyway, let me I've been doing some settings to try and improve recording quality and such. So that may affect audio. Let me double check streaming output. I think it will. And I can't modify this without canceling the stream, which is unfortunate. Hello, Kuba. Oh, well, that should be fine for now. Anyway, going back to what I was saying. The goal of the stream is to do some upgrades to some of the default cars that are currently in the game. A lot of these have little, like, placeholder engines in them. And while they kind of look cool, they don't function, with most of them actually being run by an electric motor. Don't know where the electric motor is on this one. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Is it inside the actual motor? Where is... Because there's that. And then we have... Ah, there it is. It's on the side. So this is the actual motor that drives the entire vehicle. The pistons themselves are simply for show, and that's kind of what I want to change. The two that I really want to work on today are these two, but depending on how quickly we can get that done, these are all the ones that are fitting for a gas engine to be put into them. There are a few that have electric motors in them, but they already have a gas variant. So if I go to blueprints, for example, like the electric racer has its own engine version, and then the sports car has an electric and an engine. Same thing with like the go-kart, and the forklifts are usually a electric powered, or usually not actually gas powered. So I'm not going to mess with the forklift for now. But yes, these are all the ones that I've kind of said, hey, I could put an engine in this and it would make sense. So, that being said, I am going to tinker with these a bit. I'm going to do something that I don't normally do with these streams. I'm going to grab my streaming music. The effects files, music. I'm gonna move this one out of here, which I think I already have. Yeah. And this library. There. Let's select all these and open. Oh, that's loud. That's really loud. Ah. This is going very well. There we go. Just a little bit of background music. I love to listen to stuff while I'm building. Unfortunately, YouTube copyright is a thing, so I can't just play music. So this is just from the YouTube library, audio library. That being said, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking a few things. The person who requested it suggested trying to keep things as vanilla as normal, so leaving most of the chassis the same. However, there are some details I would like to modify myself. In part, this crank here, swapping it out with something like one of these control wheels to do the crank start, because I actually want to use this as a crank start. The other part is making a modification to the steering where it's not using the little servo motor here. So let's go ahead and select all of this. First thing we're going to do is we're going to unlock everything, so I can easily come in here and start grabbing and ripping things apart. Let's see. Yeah, let's just start deleting. I'm gonna leave that there because I would like to put the exhaust out the top. That's supposed to be the air intake, which is interesting. The little motor mounts here. Nope, I want to make sure that pipe is still here. Let's see, and that's pretty much the rest of the motor. So I'm also going to grab a copy of this, just so I can use it as reference if I want to try and make it look similar. There we go. Boop. There we go. Just make sure everything's correct on the YouTube side of stuff. So what did this have in it before? An inline 4? Eh, that makes sense. So let's start with the engine. Or put a big fan on this too. Grab steel. Is this thing mostly made of steel? Yeah, it is. Okay. Makes sense. And I'm going to put this here as a reinforcing rib, so that when we actually start mounting this on, that goes straight into there. That makes sense. This is the drive shaft. No, this is the drive shaft for the utility. Okay. And then that's the actual power shaft. That makes sense. Which I also want to do some level of gearbox to this. And for the most part, I might just use the clutch gears and use something similar to how the sports car does it, where it's just 2 gears. It's a tractor. I'm not going to put a, like, 4-speed sports car transmission into it. So let's extend this out a bit. And grab some gears. Let's grab a 3. Which means that the actual drive shaft is going to end up here. I'll pop these motor mounts because we might not use them. It's weird building from like an existing chassis to the engine, because normally I build the engine and then work back into the chassis. me turn the music down a little bit more. Oh. And while I'm here, we double check something. Grab. Oh, my, something weird is happening with the audio on stream. I'm gonna turn off the music, and maybe that's part of it. Yeah, I don't think the audio bitrate was liking the music in the background. Let's leave that be for the bit. These are going to be on by default. Toggle activation. That's not what I wanted. Invert control. And let's do shift for... to get to that pin so I can expand it. And clutch, I don't know if I want to use that centrifugal, because we're not going to use the actual gear. Because the gear itself is usually for the starter motor, but we're not going to use the starter motor. We're actually going to use a hand crank on the front of this. So I might use this centrifugal. And this is where the driven part will mount. That's also where the other pieces would be better. The little motor mounts that were here originally. Sort of little transmission. Tiny little thing. And the actual motor. Driven axle. Can we put... ooh. I was hoping to have at least a 4-cylinder in here. Hello. We could if we got rid of this section. I'm also somewhat wondering if we might just shift this back as well. Because this gear's already being supported, and we could just move this back. And then we wouldn't need that mount. And this all could just come back one gear. So I want to try and modify the actual base chassis as little as possible for this. If you use 3 pistons with no offset, it sounds very tractory. I could. I love this game's undo button so much. Yeah, let's mess around with just doing a 3-cylinder then. And then on this front one, it will then become this crank. Let's do you as 180. That one's going to break as soon as I modify this, though. And this comes down one, so it meets with that. And then this pulley. I might actually be able to hand crank it with that without the actual crank on it, which would be nice. Hello, notice. Or not nice. You might want to turn off double audio pitch if it doesn't sound good to you. Make it sound more like a 4-stroke instead of a 2-stroke. Yeah, I've done it with a few engines where I've put both the double audio and the single audio, and layering them together sounds better. In my experience, if it's just the single audio pitch, it's causing like little audio glitches to happen, from what I've heard. And let's get this to W. I think at this point it should run. If I go and grab... I need to make sure everything's turned on as well. Throw parts on. As much as I would love to hand crank this, I'm gonna just get rid of this for the time being. Not what I wanted to do. There we go. Let's get rid of that for the time being. And let's put an actual hand crank onto this. Let's give this G on. See if we're getting the right. Nope. Invert. Peak torque. Let's go higher. Okay, right now the gear is inverted. We're going in reverse. Also, I need a reverse gear on this. I have no way to stop it. There's no brakes on this vehicle. So, first things first, invert this direction. Invert this direction. There's no weight in the front anymore because we got rid of that big bulky engine. Alright. Brakes are on the to-do list. Front weight is on the to-do list. I have no steering for this thing right now. I guess I could lower, there we go, lower the back utility piece. And we just started out the engine. Okay. Stop the vehicle. Crank the engine over. Something's not right with how I've set up the gears. There's the platform. See if we can get over there. Also, I'm running 2-cylinder right now. This is going great. Alright. You three. Only when seated. What's going on? We're upgrading some of the default vehicles that are in the game. Currently, we're working on the tractor, trying to go from the decorative little piston engine that it has in here by default to an actual functional combustion engine from the new update. Alright, brakes. Before we do anything else, because I keep just driving off with this thing by accident. Yeah, we can just do brake inline. Can we actually, do we actually have room on the axle to put this? Because I would prefer to put it on the axle. Yeah, we do. I meant to copy. There we go. Where do you fit? You fit right there. So you are going to be S. S. And then I'm going to put a parking brake on this as well. I know it's not in a lot of the default vehicles, but I love having parking brakes in all my vehicles. This one is on by default, only when seated, activation 1, toggle activation, high torque. So if I spin this up, try to drive, nothing happens, disable the parking brake, nothing. Oh, they're not on, that's why. Disable the parking brake. Something's wrong with the gearing, we still gotta fix that. And then do we have actual brakes? Yes, we do. They're really bad. Press 1, parking brake. Good. Let's turn these brakes up. Oh, it's not my normal starter. I gotta do this. And then brakes. Let's see what's wrong with that gear. Is it not set correctly? Question mark? Invert control, toggle activation. Oh, this isn't set to toggle. It's a really fast tractor. I don't know if I like that. Alright. Engage, peak torque. That's not what I wanted to do. Grab the entire thing. There we go. Also, I just realized this piston's still not connected. There we go. Now I'm having trouble starting it because I added another piston to this. Let's make sure these are in the right firing order. It's weird. The heads have the max RPM setting peak torque. I believe you inverted a crank. I think I'm just not getting enough speed on my... Or not enough torque on this. So I'm going to torque this down by 1. So this is a 3 pulley. Let's go to 1.5 and 2.5. Might just have to go to a gear ratio. Let's try a gear ratio. Oh, stop grabbing stuff. I'm not telling you to. Grab the whole thing. There we go. I believe I inverted a crank. I'm not sure how. I know I put this one upside down. I did that for a reason. But let's try this with gears. Maybe the belt's slipping because of the torque we're dealing with. Wait, why aren't you attached? Where should you be attached? Here, I think. The front one doesn't have an inverted box. This one is inverted, and that's intentional. Oh, now that I'm running a gear, this needs to be inverted. I don't think I'm getting enough RPM out of this, is the problem right now. I need to spin this faster, which means I need a gear train, not just a single gear ratio. So, if that's the case, let's grab the entire thing, let's lift it up. How do I want to do this? I know I could just adjust this, but I don't want to. I want to make this like proper vanilla. Oh, we do have this space here. So... I have an idea. I have an idea. Let me actually click on the thing, thank you. G invert peak torque. And then let's grab a weight. We're gonna see if we can do a flywheel start. So when I press G up here, something's not correct. I know what's not correct because this likes to attach itself. There we go. Now we can start. You are not enabled. That's why. So when we do this, we should just start spinning this flywheel. As soon as we let go, we're not actually storing that much power in here, which is a problem. Alright, I know how to do this, how I can get this working. This needs to run a bevel gear. This to be lead. Let's go back to using steel. That on this side too. Try and sneak the flywheel onto this side. That's interfering with bevel gear? Or is that interfering with the engine itself? Hmm. I need a low 2 instead of a high 2. Yeah. So now when I press G, should be able to get this up to a decent RPM. Still not enough to turn the engine over, though. Okay. I have ideas on how I can get this to work, though. I like the idea of using a flywheel system because I know in a lot of old tractors they actually have the large flywheel on the side that they use to run belt-driven systems. And that's kind of what I want to go for. So I'm going to keep experimenting with this. However, I think I might have to move the flywheel back and put it like right here on the inside. Because the problem is this crank actually takes up a bit of room around itself. Yeah. Which is what I was trying to do with this. Gear there. So here's what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to leave that there, but then I'm going to run a belt pulley. I don't think it'll help me start. I think there's like a threshold to the RPM you have to hit for it to start spinning. Let's do this there. And you need to be in line. Here as a pulley. So let's see if this will work. Let's do... I know pulleys can slip, so that's why I'm not doing the smallest one. Also, it gets caught in here, so that's a problem. Let's get rid of that, because this goes there and then there. No. There and then there. No, it's not what I wanted. Let's move this down then. And then we can invert this. There we go. So it goes around the... Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's spinning, that's spinning. And I already removed the weight. I guess I could have put a weight down on this side on the outside, but nah. Let's turn you lead. Let's see if we can start cranking this. And then dump power. Nope. Yes. So if I go into the weight real quick, this is density 2,700, density 1,100, and then you'll notice for a lot of these it says is hollow yes, so density divided by 10. It's basically a tube structure. Wood is not hollow. Lead is not hollow. Lead is the heaviest thing. All right, let's adjust this pulley so it's even smaller. I'm also concerned that this gear just can't handle the torque I'm trying to put through it. Hello, Robin. Yeah, I'm gonna try gearing this down a little bit so we can get that flywheel up a little bit faster. Hello, Epic. You ready? And dump. Almost. Almost. Because I think it kicks over at like 150 RPM. And then, let's see. 53, I think, is that the fastest it can go? Or can it take over to 54? I think 53 is as fast as it goes. So let's just... Alright. So 2.5 is just a bit too big. Let's go to 2.0. Come on, and let's see, can we just dump the power in? Oh, come on, what's going on? Why is this not working? You are well and far disengaged. Let's real quick. Because this was working earlier. Let's see if this is still working. If you set the wheel to negative, you can bypass the RPM limit. You probably won't use this, but it might be neat to test to see if it can even work. So it was working when we only had 2 cylinders, but as soon as I connected the third one, it just didn't have the torque to turn over that third cylinder. I'm going to turn this down in size and then turn the belt up. So hopefully we get a higher RPM out of this pulley. This goes 55. Actually, no, I need to go to a smaller belt, wouldn't I? Yeah, I gotta go from a 3 to like a 2 or something, I think. No. Let's go to a 4. Oh, can a 4 not fit? Oh, it can fit. Because this is going to move, what, 63? Yeah, we turn it over at 170. I think I might know what it is. But no, like, we're still getting RPM on the driven gear. Why is this not working? Let's go from a 3. Let's pull this pulley down in size. Which is the wrong way around, yeah. Did I do this to... Well, the third... I already disconnected the third cylinder. Now I'm at 2 cylinders and I can't get it to start. Mind you, I was starting it with a different system than this, but it was still the same hand crank. Hmm. Alright. I'm having ideas. I think right now it's just messing with the pulley sizes until I find one that works. So we're hitting 140. Let's do... I'm going to disable this so it's always on. We sit at 149. Okay. Belt system is not working as intended. I want to try something using a clutch. Well, I know that's already a clutch gear, but I want to use something different. So I want to get the power to go here and then go even faster. Let's grab a 3. Means I'm going to have to add another connector to the front because I'm going to have to use the other one to hold a pin. This system can go away. And then this one's control is going to be G. So as I'm cranking, this is going to be engaged, spinning up the flywheel. I guess I am going to end up using the other clutch here. is this one. It's going to just have its power dump into starter. So I need to grab that pin from in there. I know I'm making this overcomplicated. It's part of the fun of it, though. And then this one's going to have its... have this one be its clutch gear. So inverted control G. Something in here is locked up. Let's figure that out. Let's go back through all my pivot points. That one's correct. That one's not correct. That one's good. Seems to be good. Seems to be good. Ah! That's a problem. I never actually connected these. I just... There we go. Now, how do I get power from there up to there? That's the question. Let's see if this at least turns now. Why are you not turning at all? Oh, because that piece isn't supposed to spin. I see. Starts when it's just 2 cylinders. As soon as I add this third one, though. Is it going to start? Yeah, it maxes out at 140. I really want to do the fun flywheel thing, though. Let's keep experimenting with this. Alright. So instead of it actually going into power... Starting torque is a little less if the throttle is open. Okay. But I can't access the throttle and the crank at the same time. Yeah. Here, let me rip this out for a second, because that will disable the flywheel. I can't, because it's actually, I have to be next to the crank, and I also have to be in the seat, which I can't be at the same time. I'm not doing a third cylinder like that, Jan. The fifth key? Oh, actually does. Actually didn't expect that to work. It's not how I want to start it. But I'm actually surprised. Okay. I still want it to work off of the actual key press, though. So that's what I'm going to keep working on. Might be able to move this back or forward now that I have it set up in such a way. Let's go ahead and get this, nope, not that, this into place. You're going to be G, but inverted. I have been told there is some effect to the firing order at, like, extreme conditions, but for the most part, it doesn't matter. Let's do... Is this past the engine? No, it's not. I'm gonna try using a belt here. Locks spawn inside others. It's mildly frustrating. This is not the gear that I wanted to take. I wanted to take this one. So, if this works, this should just... So this should prep the motor. And it's not spinning. It's not spinning whatsoever. Oh, you're not turned on, that's why. Okay. Let's do this. Let's make sure you're not. Yeah. Okay. Make sure you are. All right. I'm not going to try and turn the motor at all right now, which means that I'm going to actually not need that. Let's see, we'll forfeit. Give me the thing I spawned in! Not the fucking half dozen blocks in between you and where it spawned. So now this should get the flywheel up to spinning. The crankshaft should not be moving right now. Why is the crankshaft moving right now? Nothing is... This gear is disconnected. Why are you spinning? You're not enabled. What? Nothing in this gear train is driving the drive shaft right now. Why is it spinning? Ah. Wait, was that why? Invert G torque good. So no, it's not good because I need to make it so that this one is rotating properly. Okay. Okay, that's what it was. Also, why are you still spinning? All right, 73, and then trying to fit this in the form factor of the like original engine is becoming quite frustrating. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move this back to here. Move some of this fluff back here. Just to give myself some more room around this. This flywheel. Okay, you need to go up one more. Alright. This gear should be much bigger. So long as it isn't interfering with the steering. Let's see how much room actually the steering takes up. Okay, so we got like one more block. We can move that back before we start interfering with the steering. So we're going to take advantage of that. Belts aren't connected properly. Why do you keep sinking into the floor? Alright, crank's not working. Why is crank not working? Because you turned yourself into a different connection point. Also, it keeps sinking into the ground. Stop going in the ground. Okay. This gets the flywheel up to speed and dump all the power. Nowhere near enough. Okay. I need to go from those small gears back to the big one, I think. So I think it's just a gear ratio that needs not be there. And then this is going to be G inverted. Make sure it's turned on. Get this up to speed. And then dump power. Ooh, that was closer. I have an idea. I go with a slightly bigger something in this entire gear train. Slightly bigger belt or slightly bigger... Just to get a little more speed out of this. Too low, maybe? Adding a circular plate. I could try that. That's not going to work. I'm not sure it's the mass is the problem. I think it's just the RPM the engine wants to get to with the gearing that I have from this. I'll go ahead and do it, though. It's at 72. A bigger starter handle. It's got 72 before. We're at 73. Yeah, I don't think they're getting any higher RPM. Alright, here's what I want to try. I'm going to remove this. And because I have the room now, I want to shift this entire engine forward by 1. These are all going to break, I know they are. So let's start welding these together. Move you up to there. And we should be able to break that connection. So that can fit in there. And then we're going to go to have tiny gear. And the biggest one we can have in here. Not a 5, is it a 4? Ah, my drive is getting in the way of that. I'm gonna go back to the other pulley just because, or the other handle because I liked it. I think this one needed to be inverted, I'm not sure. Hmm. Could I Now that I have the room here, I might just make this go back one. So I can make this gear bigger. Can I? I start smacking into stuff, though. That's the problem. That's a 3 already. Go to a gear. This doesn't need a gear on anymore. Here I thought this was going to go quickly, but trying to make a hand start engine is a pain. Oh, after the handle, I already have a... This one's a little more complicated because I have too many things in the way. I might be able to get it just a little faster, but... Let's go... Can I get a 4 in there, though? I think 2 handles would be against the spirit of what I'm trying to do. The pulley's connection to a bearing. Yeah, I can change the pulley's connection to a bearing, but I need to rotate the actual rod or it's not going to do anything. Oh! I changed that once. I see. Let's do that. And we need 1.5, I think. Just a little too small. 7.5. Barely meshing. 2. That fits. Alright. And then this. Once a 3. Could I go with a 4 if I bring this back? Or low. These? Yes, I could actually. Okay. And then how much room do I have there? Like a 2? Yeah, that fits. Alright. Alright, this is coming together. I'm just hoping that this doesn't interfere with the steering. It's probably going to interfere if I move the suspension, though. Yeah. Oh! Also, the engine's not mounted, apparently. Okay. Oh, that's why it's not mounted anymore. Because these mounts aren't, because I moved the engine and didn't extend the mounts back. Alright. Start playing with the crank. Nothing's turning. Why is it not turning? You are turning. You are going here. Your pin doesn't extend in, so that should turn into this. You are rotating. You are not connected, but that shouldn't stop you from spinning. Are you not turned on? Ah, you're not turned on. That's... Are you not turning? Why are you... Wait! Game. Why are you not turning? You're good. You're good. You are good. You are good. You are good. You are good. Is it here? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Alright, and I didn't put the clutch gear in here, so that's a problem. That's part of why it's not working. Let's do 2. Nope, that's 1.5. 2. Invert G as much torque as possible. You turn you on so you don't actually provide power. I need to bring that pulley back down from 1 because it's just not spinning up fast enough now. Yes, I know you can copy paste. We're trying to do this as vanilla as possible, including messing with torque values. So right now, this is running a high enough RPM. In theory, if I let go, it should crank the engine over, because this is going 190. So if I let go... Ah, the engine's not hooked up. Hello, random NPC. No, we're actually using, we're using the flywheel to store energy inside. So as soon as we let go of this handle, it engages a gear in here that cranks the engine over. The flywheel is the starter. So this is going 200, so as soon as we let go... No! I think we may have the handle going the wrong way, because that was positive, but this is currently inverted. So let's invert this, that might fix it. I've seen it. It adds like the mirror mode and stuff. I was tempted to, but it's like... I know it added a bunch of like challenges and stuff from what I've heard. I might try those, but the actual building stuff is a bit eh. I do like the new corner gears they added. Those are kind of nice. Alright. We should have enough RPM in here, so as soon as we let go... No! Why are you not starting? I thought so. Random NPC. Yes, we are aware that is what you can do with the 5 key. I've done it before. It's actually a little harder on this because it's using a completely different system for this one. Huh, the engine didn't turn over. Oh, I was cranking it the wrong way. That's part of what it was. Huh? This should start it. Let's try the other way. Okay. So... we need to invert this, I believe. If we go like this... Come on. That's... I need to remove this belt and go to like a 1 point or 2 point something. What's the reduction to the starter clutch? A lot. Because the idea is we're supposed to crank this to get the flywheel up to speed. And once the flywheel's up to speed, we let go, and all of this RPM is just dumped into the engine, essentially. There we go. I'm painting this immediately because I can't. Oh, you can't paint lead, can you? No. I might make this of a different material then, because I really want it to be painted. Is there no space? More torque transfer. So the idea is we want more speed when we're doing this. So we want low torque here. It's complicated. We're trying to get the flywheel up to a high RPM so that when we let go, it can dump that power into the engine. Yeah, it's a hand crank. I kind of want to have the flywheel like tucked into here almost, but it also makes sense why it would be on the outside. Oh, those cars back there, those are just the other pre-builts that come in the game that I want to mess with later. It's just a simple 2-gear. There's no reverse in it right now. Also, yeah, the steering is colliding with the flywheel, so that is a problem. Yeah, that first gear is not strong enough. That or the clutch isn't strong enough, one of the two. Yeah. It's just lifting the rear end. It's a 3-to-1, I think. Is it? Yeah, it's 3-to-1. Or 1-to-3, I guess. Real quick, let's just move this over here for the time being. Ooh, nope. There we go. So the flywheel position is a problem because it is causing issues. So let's go ahead and we're going to make some changes here. Which means this is probably going to need to be inverted again. And then instead of this going out here, I'm going to try and fit the flywheel on this side. So it is... Oh, it's in the way of the steering. I have to delete this plate then. There's no max RPM you can set on this one. Yeah, it does have center of mass. Ooh, I know what I might actually do. Can I fit it in there, though? I really like that yellow plate, just because it reminds me of, like, old tractors and stuff. So can I move this? No! Can I make it smaller? What is getting in its way when it's over here? That gear. Okay. So when I'm doing this on this side, that will start spinning. Now it's much lighter. Oh, it still fires up. I want to try something with that then. If I can remove the lead by changing a few things, would I? Here. Before we tear into this, I'm going to save this. real quick. No. So, Espen, what we're actually doing is we're cranking the flywheel to get up to a high RPM so we can store the energy into the flywheel. Because we can't crank the engine over with the crank alone. 3 cylinders is just a little too much for the hand crank to handle. So what we're doing is we're cranking the hand crank to store energy in this flywheel. So as soon as we let go of the crank, a gear engages and it dumps the flywheel stored energy into the engine just enough to get it to start. All right. Let's see if I can make this work without the lead flywheel. See if we can get it with a steel flywheel. If we have enough, just enough power, basically. Possibly. Why did you not attach when I told you to? Thank you. Okay. We go even smaller then. Let's do... this and then too high. Part of the reason I'm also putting the flywheel off to the side is because it's just like something older tractors have where the flywheel is on the side here, because the idea is you would actually wrap a belt around this to then send power to your extra utilities and stuff. I'm kind of going for that spirit while not trying to completely do it because these steering linkages are getting in the way of what I would like to do. Oh, I think I'm doing this backwards. I see something I might be doing wrong. Okay. Yeah, I see what I was doing wrong. Let's change this. That's a 2, it's a 4. Let's go to a 3 and a 3. Inverted, lots of power. Make sure it's turned on. I didn't tell you to. Why do you keep disconnecting? Now I'm going to take this one down to 1. this work? Let's do... Yeah, I could make the steering wider. The problem is I'm trying to avoid modifying the base vehicle as much as possible. So I'm trying to keep it confined within the engine bay that was already here. No, it doesn't have fuel tanks yet. Yeah, I don't think this one's going anywhere. I'm just going to delete this. And let's go back to the one that has the steel flywheel, or the... lead flywheel. See if I can shrink this down a little bit. That's already enough to just say no. Can I go to the... bevel gears? Will that be enough? Doing okay. I know. I changed the gear ratio by flipping those. I was just hoping it wouldn't be enough to slow it down to where it just stopped. Also, I want to make sure that this is still spinning the right way. If this is... Come on. Turn. Actually... Or does this need to be inverted again? Ah, this needs to be inverted again. Because of something I did with the gearing. Let's go from 4 low to 4 high, which means this one will go down even further. Is this inverted? Let's see. Okay, this does need to be inverted. Hmm. Yeah. I was trying to compact the gears down a bit, and it's causing problems. I really want to have, like, the nice yellow flywheel, though. I can't just slide that. Oh, wait, what? Huh? Put a pulley on the side of it. I'm gonna do... Do they have, like, a slightly rusty steel? Just because I want you to be able to see it spin. Oh, I didn't realize you could paint pulleys, yeah? Yeah, let's do it. Let's put a pulley on the side. Let me grab the pin that's in here. Is it a 4? Here's what I actually want to do. I don't know why this isn't working all of a sudden, because it was just a moment ago. Let's increase the size of this. And then I'm going to pull this pin out. And then put the pulley on the side of that. See how that looks. So I could pull this pin out this way. I'm going to turn off the double pitch. Well, that stalled it. Let's do... Huh. Why is it not starting now? What? Are you not starting? It shouldn't have been in gear. Yeah, I can't put that pulley there just because it's colliding with the steering again, which is why I didn't have it there in the beginning. Yeah. I don't like how high this engine RPM runs. I want it to be a tractor. I don't want it to hit like 3,000 RPM. Let's just do 2,000 RPM. Fat fingered it there. Yeah, I know the front wheels aren't touching. You want a more thumpy sound? No, I'm not a fan of that. I don't think the right gear ratio is engaged at the right time. Put this in park. Let's see which gear is actually active right now. I think this one is active because that one has the most torque going into it. This is using the default, whatever was in it. I have two gears in here right now. One is a 1 to 3 and the other is a 2 to 2. Yes, the crank handle does keep rotating. I could turn that off. Or should be able to turn that off. So 4-tooth, could put a 4-tooth clutch gear in here. No, I can't. Oops. No, why? I understand why the handle shouldn't keep spinning. I don't know if I can change that. Change it easily, I should say. Okay, that's way too big to put in there. Not with what we're working with. I wouldn't trust a centrifugal clutch. Could I actually put a centrifugal clutch here? Because it needs to engage at like 50 RPMs, which means we have to break the game, and that's not something I want to do. So no, we cannot use a centrifugal clutch. I'm not upset with the crank rotating. Yeah, it's too heavy at the back, I know. I'm not upset with it rotating because the default one did anyway. Alright, let's do a little bit of work on like exhausts and stuff. Let's grab piping. And let's set our material back to steel. And can I do this straight out? No, I do need a little bit of space. I wish there was, like, even just for decoration, like a catalytic converter block. Because I know you can use clamped pipes. But how could I put something around this? Because I don't think you can put anything around it. Because, like, it's not treated like a rod where you could put this around it. You'd have to build an entire thing, essentially. Yeah, that would be a cool mechanic. I know this isn't going to attach, but I am going to put a plate here like it is. Oh, it's not even... Huh. Interesting. Oh well. I'm still going to put that there because I think it's adds a little bit to the design. Oh, I forgot. I have to come up here and actually start it. I can't. There's not an actual starter on this. Is there a bigger pipe? I don't think so. Are you not starting now? Throttles are on this side. There we go. I think the 2-to-2 ratio I have is not the best, but... Let's see. Yeah, second gear struggles. I'm not entirely sure why. Oh, I really need to get this clutch tuned. I think that's what it is. Okay, I wanna put a little like high-low shifter on this. Just so I can see. Because right now idle's 500. So 520. I want to put a little like lever for when we are shifting. Actually, do I want to? No, I don't want that one. I want a stepper motor. Or one of these. Let's see. Stepper motor. Can I Trim angle, step angle. I wish you could just set, like, the number of steps that this has. So I don't think you can do that. Which is a problem for what I want to do with it. Hmm. Okay, I think I know how I can do this and make it look reasonable. I do have some temptation to actually put like a proper shifter in here, but I don't think I can. So this needs to go... Oh, I've got plenty of room to put it. Not there. Let's go... here. And then how I'm going to make this actually connect is I'm going to use a ball joint. And then a socket joint. Well, I still have to put, like, the belt fan and a bunch of other little details onto it. Let's paint this up. And add a little labeled sign. So, I should be able to then put a... this through here. This is a pivot. That's a pivot. This is going to act as a stepper motor with 2 steps, or 1 step. Min extension is 0, max extension is 0.5, I think, for this. And then it's going to be shift toggle activation. No, not toggle. No, it's going to be toggle, but it's not going to be stepper, it's going to be normal. Huh? I'm confused. Okay, that works as I intended it to. So that should be low. That should be high. So low is forward. Let's double check that. So this is... I want to make sure this is only while in seat. This is only while in seat. And I know it just moved, so... that is low gear, and that should be high gear. That's not what I want. Ah! Control Z does not work in here. Are you... Oh, I don't want you to scale down. Oh, you mean engaging at RPMs closer to idle. Yeah. Oh, it just tried to start. There we go. You're saying text alignment? Oh. Yeah. I think it's a thing of if you put a space in something, it goes, oh, next line. Okay, so that is low high. So right now we're in low gear and the engine's sputtering because we're hitting its top RPM, then we shift. And it's going to get bogged down here. So we can shift into low. Let's raise our thing up. Yeah, we're not going to get over this just because the little add-on thing has too much. It's lifting our rear wheels off. Let's start cranking this up. I might have to mess with the flywheel again, make it a little heavier because it's struggling. Come on. Almost. Oh, I might see. Yeah, because that's enough to get the centrifugal clutch going. I need to turn this up higher. Yeah, the centrifugal clutch was engaging. Let's try and raise it, not lower it. Oh, we've got so much torque. I might actually just lower the engine's efficiency. Because at this point, we've got enough torque and all that. But then the high gear has trouble. Oh wait, no, I had the parking brake on. Never mind. The low gear was just pushing through the parking brake. Okay. I might make another lever for the parking brake. Yeah, let's make a little decorative lever for the parking brake, like we did for this one. Tea. For me, tea is a normal drinking thing. Coffee is a dessert. Like, if I'm going to drink coffee, I'm going to, like, creamer, chocolate syrup. Like, it's going to be a dessert by the time I'm done with it. Well, part of it's because we're taking a tractor at, like, 40 miles an hour. It shouldn't be going that fast. We're doing it anyway. No milk. Little bit of sugar, or I like to drink an Arnold Palmer, so basically unsweet tea with lemonade, and just use the lemonade to sweeten it. To set, that to pivot, that to pivot. Make sure this one is set to NC only. Yep. Only while seated. Only while seated. So if I do this and then I hop out, it goes back down. It's nice. Actually, I want this one to be at 0. And then invert. So I can press 1 and lower parking brake. Let's crank this up. I do enjoy sweet things, but it's just too much can be too much. There we go. So press 1 to lower the parking brake. And then shift it to high. Let's lift this up. Alright. Parking brake engage. And then high shouldn't be able to overcome the parking brake, which it can't. But low definitely can overcome the parking brake. It can really easily overcome the parking brake. I'm tempted to put a bigger parking brake on it for that. Or put tube on it. But for now, I want to put weight on the front of this in some way. But first I need to finish the engine, put the alternator, put the battery in there, and all that fun stuff. Parking brake. Let's do the engine bay real quick. Let's see, can we fit a belt? No, we can't. So, that's a bit of a problem. We can't fit a belt on the front of the engine because that gear is just in the way, essentially. I could come from this gear, or I'm almost tempted to make this engine a 2-cylinder at this point. But I'm going to leave it as a 3-cylinder. We might just have to pull power off of this gear. Which I'm hoping isn't going to affect our starter. Or our, not our starter, but our, yeah, our hand start, I guess. It is our starter. Not a conventional starter, but it still is our starter. And I may have to... Ooh, nope, didn't mean to take that with it. May have to adjust our manifolds because this is not going to fit. And on this side we have even more stuff, so I may have to put it here. Unless I use this offset. Actually, no. This pulley, yeah, this pulley is already hooked up, so I can just take it. Yeah, I can just do that. And then you... Still gonna get in the way of that. What if we drop you? Yes. Make sure you're rotating. We can put the fan belt. Let's make sure we can still start this. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. The fan's going the wrong way. Yes, I know is a nitpick, but... Actually, no, now it's going the wrong way. What? Did the fan ever go the right way? Oh well, it's just semantics at this point. Close. I'm going to put bigger belts on these, so hopefully it puts less stress on the starting system. Oh, wait. Would it be the other way around? No. Wait, what? It's not starting now. Do I have it the wrong way around with pulleys? Let's do something. I wish there was a pulley, clutch pulley. Wish there was a clutch pulley. Let's do... Trying to increase this slightly so that hopefully it helps it start up a little bit better. Because someone said if you have the throttle higher, it will start easier. This thing is so fast. I feel like I'm just gonna have to turn down the efficiency for everything. To like 50%, so this thing just doesn't take off on you. That's too much. Let's see if we can... Oh no, I think it might actually hit the crank here, and that's might would have stopped the engine. Almost. Oh, is it going to struggle to start because I set the efficiency even lower? Yeah, it's probably struggling to start because of this. That's not one to start at all. I wonder if we could run it like rich or lean and that might help it starting. don't have a reverse gear in this right now either. I think I've got the torque to do it. It's just I don't have a reverse gear. So let's, before we do too much more, let's go ahead and actually get a reverse gear in here. Know how I want to do it too. So we need is 2 sets of gears. This is going to be in the way. I could bring it up and over, which might be what I do. So that essentially the gear is going to be like this. Move this here. So I'm going to put a little plate to cover this all, so if you were sitting in that seat, you wouldn't have to worry about getting your leg caught in the, the transmission. Alright, and then this gear, this gear. I actually need that one. I need this. And then invert R toggle while in seat, full torque. Toggle while in seat, full torque. So now I'm gonna have to put another lever for this. Let's get the engine started. Yeah, let's mess with the lambda. If we go for a rich, will this start faster? Or start easier, I should say. Oh! Something's not set to turn right. Yeah, these aren't... Yep, made a mistake. Those aren't pivoting. Oh, now my parking brake's in the wrong position. That's a problem. Oh, these aren't even on. So what's it set to by default? It's set to reverse. So let's toggle this one instead of this one. Oh. I keep jumping in the seat thinking it has a starter. It does not have a starter. That's been the whole point of this stream. I'm going to increase the efficiency now that I have the set to run rich. I might make it run richer. What? There we go. Alright, I need to put a little lever for reverse. That's something else I still need to do. Could copy this. Just put another high-low. I want to put a little sign for park. Park Drive. Middle, center. Can you see that from here? Yeah, you can. So... Alright, and let's do... I think I'm just going to do another lever on this side back here. Reverse and then forward. And then let's grab all of this so we can move this up and I can work around it. Interesting. Never noticed that if you fly into the tire, you can actually see inside it. Not sure where I can actually attach to this one. So I could do this. And then ball joint. Those. Pin. Oh, that's not gonna work. I need to move this. This needs to, yep, be able to pivot in that direction. Let's be able to pivot there. You're going to be R. Ooh. Move you even further. type this out. No. What'd you... Don't like that min extension. Let's do the max extension further, but the min extension a little bit less. Just hoping it doesn't get in the way of the other rod. I almost like how it blocks it out, but also... yeah. Okay. And then, does this get in the way of... maybe I'll see this plate, though. Looks better. So let's go ahead and get this started. Going forward, we're in low. And then we are in drive. I think this clutch... oh. Oh, I forgot to fix the parking brake issue. Yeah. Parking brake. I might have to just set another pair of brakes back here. Wait. It should be working anyway, because this is... one of these should always be engaged. Huh? Is it just that the parking brake doesn't have enough... or something slipping here? I'm confused why that's being allowed to move. Because it shouldn't be allowed to move. I'm confused. I'm just gonna leave it be for the time. Wait. Why was it in reverse when I got into it? Alright, then we click reverse. Oh, reverse is also tied to ICY. You set it to E instead, maybe? Or honestly, I'd rather change this to T and G. Or, yeah, T and G. Yeah. This tractor's really tail heavy. I'm gonna turn down the efficiency again. And turn up the... You should not be rolling! There is a parking brake in here. Also, G is a problem, because it's also that fucking... I'm gonna set you to only work while in the seat. Set this even more on the rich side. So I'm thinking that's what's helping it start easier. No? Let's run you a little lean then? Same issue. So I guess it's a balancing thing. Hmm. Seems like for most of your needs, you can just stay in a high gear. This parking gear is starting to frustrate me. Let's see if we can slam a second parking gear into here. I'm going to get rid of the battery for the time being as well. Because I want to move the battery into the actual engine compartment. This engine is just so torquey. Let's set the idle RPM a little lower. It's the lowest we can set it. It does not like that low of an RPM. Yeah. But now it's going over its idle, so that it's too much. I'm curious if I can set this lower without it causing issues. Oh, they're not firing evenly. I know that. problem is right now, this tractor wants to drive fast. And I don't want it to drive fast. So I'm trying to, like, handicap it in some way so it's not trying to, like, race off. I don't think there's a maximum throttle setting. Hmm. I don't think the engine liked that I tweaked with this number, the starter. Why is this not starting now? Ah. I see why. Hmm. There we go. Those clutch gears are useless. They are slipping so much there. Um, I feel like I'm dump. I should, if this is correct, be dumping a lot of power through this centrifugal clutch, but I think it's just inevitable. I could do that, couldn't I? Hmm. Question is, where could I put it? What I might do is take this beam here and then put the brake there. That should fix my parking brake issue. Set volumetric efficiency to 0 RPM. Yeah, okay, Jacob, I'm trying to avoid doing that. I'm trying to make this fully vanilla, with like out any edit parts and stuff. Because this is one of the tutorial vehicles that we're rebuilding essentially. It's the old tractor that we're trying to redo with the modern engines, upgrading it, and in the spirit of, hey, this could actually be a tutorial vehicle basically. I'm not saying it's a good vehicle, but that's a different story entirely. All right. Centrifugal clutch. Brake's a bit too big. Exactly, I don't want that to spin. And then let's see what the sort of driving RPM of that shaft is. Can I actually find the shaft? Can't actually see the shaft from here. Made a new gearbox, add some details to your cybersaw. I think there's a way to give credit for when you upload something. I wouldn't mind it. If it's the one that you messaged in the actual comments of my cybersaw, I looked at it. I didn't download it, I don't think. I see how you did the transmission. I think you did the same like clutch system that this is using. They're right next to each other? Yeah, so that should just be a one to one. Yeah. I want to try pull this out so I can actually see it, so I can see where I want this RPM. No, can't read the RPM off just a rod. Okay. I saw the one that was in like the Steam. If that's the one you sent, it was in Steam. It was either that or it was on the Discord. Because I think I did also post stuff for the Cybersaw on the Gearblocks Discord. Yeah, the ones on YouTube are just because you put a link, and YouTube does not like when people do that. Yeah, they're not even held for review. I can't even review those comments. They just get insta-deleted, and I can't even see them. Aren't you starting again? Let's bump up the efficiency. Especially if we're going to be putting a brake on this top speed, or a governor, so to say. I believe in Steam you can like add a co-author as well. Why are you struggling to start? Come on. I know I can do it this way. Huh? Something here is jammed. Oh, I see what it is. No. That shouldn't be... Yeah, that should be turning. Okay. That's what was broken. Also, this isn't wanting to start again. So if I slow down, it's in park. Park is strong enough now to stop me from rolling. Okay, disengage park. Need to mess with this, I think. Yeah, because that's only doing like 100 RPM on the output. Oh, now we're in high gear. So what I can do, now that I have this, is set this to like 200 RPM. Disengage at, say, yeah, 200. No, I'm going to say 150. And then full engage at 200. Say 250. Okay, the engine's stuttering a lot. I'm not liking it. Not sure what's causing it, though. It's fuel to air mixture. I should be able to actually set mine back to 1 now. There's a lambda on the intake? There's no lambda setting on the intakes. There's idle and idle minimum, but on the cylinder there's lambda. Oh, gamma. It's for if you're using a controller, it's to set up like the sensitivity of it. So, here. It's under this joystick settings. So, center of joystick, dead zone of joystick, gamma of joystick. It's... I'm not using a joystick, so I'm not setting any of these up. I'm not using a joystick, so no. Those are all settings for joysticks. I'm not using a joystick. You're telling me to use a setting for something I do not have. I guess, wait, is it? Huh. It isn't, yeah, it isn't a joystick, wait. Input smoothing. I don't know, I may have to... I apologize for getting frustrated. Yeah? Yeah? Maybe. Because the problem is its responsiveness is both ways, as in it engages faster and disengages faster, but also engages slower, disengages slower. So I'm kind of concerned about that aspect of it. Welcome back. Set to 0 in gearboxes. Yes, Rain. I'm already well aware that you can change those settings. I am choosing not to for the sake of in some situations I feel like it goes against the spirit of building, because instead of making a transmission that can handle it, you could just set the engine to make infinite power. It's like I would rather have fun and make a transmission than just set the engine to an infinite torque. Like in some scenarios, yes, it's good when, hey, one of the things I had to use it for was I needed a brake that was less than 100 power. So yeah, using it to make it like a 7 power brake was okay and reasonable. But I very much try to avoid using it whenever I can. Why does it feel like it's not engaging at all? The engine's not engaging at all. Yeah, I can understand it in certain situations of, oh, I want to make an engine that has like an RPM that is realistic but not viable in the game because the game only has like what, 4,000 RPM. But in real life, there's plenty of engines that are 6,000 and 7,000 RPM. So I don't know how to pronounce that name. Bustock. The reason it's not engaging at a lower RPM is because I can't set it any lower, because if I do, this disengage RPM will interfere with the engine starter. Because the engine starter is getting this gear to like 7,000 RPM before it dumps that energy into it. So what's happening is some of the energy that should be starting the engine is getting put into the powertrain. So I have to have this set pretty high so that it doesn't happen. Like, the issue isn't that we're lacking power, I don't believe. As you can see, I'm doing wheelies here. The issue is more so of, I was hoping to hear the engine throttle in some way, but it's just almost always at that max RPM. Alright, let's do reverse. I don't know why reverse is having issues now. That's correct. And then that's correct. Because this, like, this thing is hand cranked, by the way. Crank this up until it hits about 51, and then you let go, and you pray. Nope. 51, 52 is where you need to have it at. And that's actually, that could just be straight up because I tweaked this. Yeah, it's using a flywheel starter. Now it's not starting. Oh, is it because the thing is scraping? No power should be going out this transmission, but it is. Why are you rotating? Nothing here has power applied to it. What? Huh? Why was that generating rotation? I know the reverser should actually be on the other side of the transmission. That's the problem that's probably occurring right now. That and also that little trailer that's on this thing, which I don't want to delete because I want to keep it on here because it's the stock thing. I've completely disabled the locks on this thing in order to build on it. Start, damn you. Yeah, you can just take the movement tool and crank it. But I don't want to start it that way. I want to actually use the flywheel starter. There we go. Keep tweaking on it. I want it to work consistently, and I also want it to work off of this value, because I want to be able to look at this and go, okay, as soon as you see 52, you can let go and it'll start the engine. That's just not what's happening. Is that part of the reason? Oh yeah. There's been modernizations for like the clutch flywheel system that are designed to pop the handle off if it were to fail. But if you do things wrong, it can still be very dangerous. Like, there's a lot of reasons we stopped using it. I just thought it was fitting because old tractor and all. Yeah, because around 200, this is kind of scary. This is not how fast a tractor should be going. Okay, when I set that peak torque really high, it starts to just bug out. Now it's bugging out. Yeah, it's the clutch that is applying a phantom torque, and it's enough to bend the gears. Because now it's fine. Alright, let's try this. I don't want you to spin. That's the opposite of what I want you to do. I'm really afraid I'd stall the engine out. And I do have something that disengages. So this is what disengages the flywheel while I'm cranking on the this is the actual flywheel. So while I'm cranking, the flywheel is disengaged by this gear. As soon as I let go, it dumps the power into the engine. But the problem is, because the engine has a centrifugal flywheel, if I spin the engine too fast, a good chunk of that power was going to get dumped into this, which is what I don't want to happen. What I'm working on, like, for the most part, this I'm happy with. If this works, fine, I'm happy with it. then it won't work. If I'm putting a manual one there, it literally will not do the job I'm trying to get it to do. The one that I'm trying to put there is supposed to be a governor to prevent the tractor from going too fast. And to prevent it from going too fast, I need a centrifugal flywheel or centrifugal clutch so I can say, hey, this is the speed at which you should start putting a brake on the engine. If it's manual, then it's just a brake. And it's something you'd have to manually engage, at which point then it's not a governor and it's not doing its job. Are you struggling to start again? Oh, that's not the key I was trying to press. To grab this. And this wants to be lower. Maybe put input smoothing on that one? Maybe. There. That might work. I'm going for the hand crank as a vintage design choice. Yes. Because I can actually just come up here and grab it and start it. But I want it to work off of the key press too. Why are you struggling so hard to search? Do I need to put you back down? To have a richer fuel mixture? Like, is that what I need to do? I forget what the tractor in the game's called. It's just called Old Tractor. Alright, let's set this input smoothing off. Let's back up a bit. I have an idea. I want to try. Let's go from... Let's do a 3 gear here. I'm just going to set this one aside. Not delete it yet. No. Why did you decide to stop working? Like, entirely. Why? Are you gonna rotate when I press the key that you're assigned to? Oh, it's because the fucking things are off by default, and it's frustrating. There we go. Let's see if we can make that repeatable. Is that 52? A. If my theory is correct, so it doesn't matter how fast you crank the engine. The engine wants to be cranked at like 350 RPM for a few seconds. It wants to be cranked for a set of time, not a set of speed. Because before, this was getting up to like 700 RPM. And that means we can also turn this down. And I'm going to actually turn this back down. So I don't want the engine to be extremely powerful. I almost want to make it start in high gear. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to have it do. Let me... Oh. Let me mess with the brakes a little bit. Those can go all the way up. Crank on this until I see 53. Oh. Close, but not quite. Because low gear is just sputtering because it's so low. And then I can just go straight into high. And this feels more natural. And then here where it's starting to struggle, I can shift into low. And it will get through this. It'll get through it slowly, but it will get through it. more time. I want to make sure the starter is more reliable. I think what I'm going to do... Yeah, let's have that. Yeah, it needs a front ballast. I plan to do that, but that's a little bit later on my to-do list. In part because I want to keep this as natural as possible, and adding that ballast is definitely not going to be natural. Alright. The other part, I still want to try and add a governor to this. So once we start getting over 130 is where it starts to get a little crazy. Yeah, and 190 is just like... this is unreasonable in my opinion. So, let's see if we can go back to our governor. So let's grab centrifugal clutch. Actually, let's grab this one, because I think this one's just going to be easier to work with. Grab that. Let's grab a pin. Oh, wait. Huh? Oh, it's going to rotate until... Yeah, that makes sense. And then disengage at 100. No, disengage at 150. Fully engage by 190. Let's do like 550. So let's start her up. There we go, it's starting to engage. Need a little more. I'm actually curious how fast we're actually going. Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna put a speedometer on it. Probably not gonna keep it on there, just because. Why would you have a speedometer on a tractor? Seems a little unnecessary, especially like this kind of old tractor. And then let's go grab a speed sensor. We could keep this in here. I would kind of want to disguise it, though, if I did. We could tuck it in here, I think, and it would live out of the way. Imperial. Yeah, and I cannot read that. Yeah, you can build them, but they're huge. I think that's the thing of like, oh yeah, if you're going to give us digital sensors, why not give us some analog ones? Oh, I need to start the damn thing. Okay, it didn't crank over that time. Yeah, just under 30 miles an hour is where it's governor. Why is reverse struggling so much? I don't see why reverse is struggling so much. Like, it's working, it's functioning, but like... Forward is so much smoother. Like, if I go to forward and then I come to a stop... and then hit reverse... Okay, that's not too bad. Actually, I think it's working better now. I don't know, did I have the parking brake on by accident before? Okay, I really do not like this input smoothing that high. It has its use. Like, right now, I'm in reverse. Why is it not... Wait. Is this colliding with that? Oh yeah, I know about the RPM torque stuff. Why is forward so much better than reverse? Like, this is reverse. It's doing horribly, but that's forward. It just drives. Why? Why? Is it because the PTO on the back has too much inertial? Yeah, the gear ratio is the exact same as forward. But the blade comes to a stop. I hit reverse. and then I start to go back. Okay, now it's running fine. Is that what it is? And then I slow down. Then I go forward. Slow to a stop. Yeah, I think it's because of the blade. Do I have to put a brake on the... Yeah, the blade has so much inertia, it just destroys the clutch gears, it seems. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put a put a brake on that thing. Okay. Put a manual clutch set to toggle it. Yeah, that actually makes sense. And then toggle to activate invert because I want it to be off by default. Yes, but for some reason, it's always spinning the same way. But because it carries inertia, it's enough that when you go to change gears, it will try and rip the gear apart. Essentially, the engine is traveling at a really high RPM, while the tractor itself isn't moving at all. Oh, I didn't engage the clutch. Now I need to put another lever. There we go. So now, if I come down here, crank the engine over. I don't think... Was the blade reversing? Because right now the blade's not engaged. If I press 2, it rotates that direction. What? Clockwise. Now if I hit reverse, it's still going clockwise. It's going back and forth. And that's because the differential is doing weird things. Yeah. The blade is acting like a spring, essentially. It's storing power for some reason. I am concerned with how close that bar gets to that beam. I'm almost curious if I can put this back to the other way. And if I can still start it like this. Nope. Close. Yeah, fair. I hate how the tools overlap so much in this game. Keep getting in the seat thinking it's going to do something to start this. I want to park this so that the one wheel is... There we go. It's grinding a little bit, but it doesn't seem to be jamming. It seems to be jamming into the front part more than it is the back. That's kind of what I was going for with the flywheel. The reason it has that belt around is like, oh, you could, you know, attach a belt off of that, but because like some of the old tractors have it sticking out the side. I'm not a fan of how they did the steering on this. I would like to actually have that flywheel further out, but it's fine. I'm trying to keep the original build as original as possible. Oh, I'm overpowering this. Yeah. The problem is, like, the steering arms just get in the way a lot with this, the way this is designed. Actually, I might do something about that. Yeah, I'm gonna do something about that, because I can just drop these, and it stays very much in spirit. While it's also being significantly... I just have to turn down the... this motor's left and right. There we go. That solves a lot of our problems. And then what I can do with that, then, is come over here. Oh, that's right on top of it. Do that. Let's add another layer to that flywheel, but we're going to make this one steel. Like that. Oh, I'm not seeing any clearance problems with the frame. Yeah, a lot of the times, the only time you really see these kinds of tractors anymore is like at fairs and festivals. Occasionally, they will actually still use these tractors at fairs and festivals to run old style, like corn mills and stuff. But usually, they're set up in such a way where the actual tractor itself is no longer it's basically a tractor in place. They'll usually mount the tractor in some way alongside the mill to where it's just like a single thing on a trailer now. Here, let's look at the... I'm just gonna go grab the wheel. I'm actually just tempted to hide the flywheel so all you see is the pulley on the outside. Come on. Is it just because the added steel? Like, was that just... Ooh? Just enough to say no? Come on. Turn over. I just have to put it back the way it was. It does not seem to like what I've done to it. Literally, the length of the rod was enough to get it to just not want to work anymore. I'm just setting this to max. I think when it comes to the big blocks, yeah, a 3-cylinder might be the biggest. But when it comes to, like, the small blocks, I think you could start something a lot larger, like an 8-cylinder even. Also, I think if I use the other hand crank, it could have been better, because you can set, like, the top speed and stuff for that one. This one that's in front of me. Like, this one has a... No, it doesn't. It just has peak torque. I thought it had an RPM on it as well. Huh. Interesting. No, this one doesn't have a thing on it. But it might have higher torque, so... You can try it. I'm just going to pop that one off because I know it has the settings in it that I want. Let's grab copy. Paste. Oh, yeah. It's got a whole nother 10. Can I paint this? To be black like the other one because I kind of like it? Nope. Well, I was trying to set it to go 25. That's what I was trying to do. I wanted 25 to be the sort of the governed speed, because once you go to 30, it really does not like driving. Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of this, one, because of just how big it is, and two, I kind of like it just because it has the black color to it. Looks a little cleaner than the shiny. And part of me also enjoys the realism of you might not get it on the first attempt. Part of me is also wondering if it's just this setting that I need to tweak a bit better. Or if it even needs to go lower. I haven't even put fuel tanks on this thing yet, I just realized. I have to replace the battery as well. Are you not working now? There we go. Yeah. So it's just kissing 53. That time it didn't. Yeah, you saw 53, it just didn't crank the engine at 53 for some reason. Alright, let's put the battery on here. Find somewhere to put the battery on here, I should say. I already have an alternator. It's over there. I guess, yeah, you could put the battery under the seat. Does it actually need a battery? Yeah, that's a good question. I'm tempted to not put a battery. Yeah, it doesn't need a battery. Because it's hand cranked. And it has an alternator, so like everything can run. Yeah. I guess a battery wouldn't be bad to run like these servos back here. They don't actually do anything, but yeah. Oh, you can't run the alternator straight to the headlights. Okay. That's a little disappointing. Yeah, you have to run it all to a battery. You can't run them straight to the... Ooh, hiccups. That's a little disappointing. Also, where would the fuel tank go? Yeah, it looks like a lot of them have the fuel tank on top of the engine. Or an external one on the side. Yeah. I think above the engine would be the best. So let's go grab fuel. Paint this. Oh, I can't paint the fuel tank. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to put a plate over it. Kind of decorate this up a little bit up here. And then I'm going to delete this one. Let's go grab the 2 display. And then with this, I'll go grab speed and RPM. Also want to paint all this engine interior. I need to actually hook up the fuel. And I want to have it set to default in the first gear. Or default into high gear, I should say. Just taking a tractor over jumps is so dumb. Cranky John. I also would love to put a little flap up here. But I don't think I can mount it in the way I'd like to. Yeah. I think if I did end up doing what I wanted to, it would not look correct. So let's start like painting this up a bit. Let's just grab everything. And I'm going to paint the engine bay for the most part black, but the tops of these keep yellow. Can I paint the cylinders? No, I can't. All my little metal bits and bobs. The pulleys. Should we do the pulleys like gray? How do they do the gears? Oh, and here all the gears are yellow. So, see why not. Can we paint you? No, we can't. I don't want to paint this mass of gears yellow. I'll paint these down here yellow. But these are just a cluster. I'll paint these yellow. I don't really want to paint the big ones. These. I'll paint these yellow. Clutch. Can't paint the clutch. That's fine. I do also want to put a little plate over top of the... No, didn't mean to grab that. Over top of this gearbox here. And how did the old one do the smokestack? Did dark gray. It did actually do all of the carburetors together, so I might do that with this one. All the carburetors together. Just pull one of these off. Have a nice texture for exhaust. Let's try the brush steel then, yeah. Okay. Not liking it down here though. I'm gonna do it like that just because it matches the original over there a little bit more. Make sure this still cranks over. Hmm. might have to go back to multiple. There we go. Here's what I want to try with the first gear real quick. Because in this, first gear should be really fucking powerful. I'm going to drop you. I'm going to try and push it with the tractor. Not only am I pushing it, I'm picking up speed. Let's hit reverse. Oh, apparently raising the bed with that is R. Also apparently pushing it by the wheels, I've just noticed. Okay, a few more things I want to do. One, I need to actually hook up the fuel. Two, I want to have another lever for engaging the blade on the back. So I want to add one more lever. One to copy. Need to grab a pin. This one will be 2. And now I'm gonna clone this. Should I just name it like PTO? PTO off, PTO on. I want to make the reverse one move more than it already does. I don't like how little it moves. Let's do max extended. Can I go full and then 50? Oh, it does push on. Yeah, so I need to go a little less than full. 90? Yeah, it doesn't get in the way. I like that. Alright. I need to redo all of the keybinds. Here. Whoop! Not what I wanted to open. I'm gonna, real quick, save this. If you're in the official server, I'm in there as well. If you just go to Discord into like Discord search for servers, you can just type screwdrivers, or not screwdrivers, Gearblocks. Screwdrivers is another game I play. Gearblocks, and you should find their official server pretty easily. I'm in there. If you post into like the content or creations channels, I'll see it. No, I don't. I used to a long time ago. I'm not a fan of trying to run a Discord. Ooh, so there's some cool tanks I'm seeing from the event going on. Go-kart. Yeah. It's really tiny. Like, building at that size is kind of difficult. Alright, I need to now start naming all of these. So that's already done steering. You are going to become parking brake. Not Baker. Brake. you are going to become parking brake. PTO on on/off blade. And then PTO on/off blade. I need to make sure I did blade capital on this one as well. Yes, I did. Okay. /reverse. Forward/reverse. Unfortunately, I can't copy paste because it'll copy paste the settings, and I don't want the settings to be copy paste. Forward/reverse. And rank starter. Let's go at 52. Oh, yeah. So is that it finished? Is that the same build but finished? Because the first one you sent was like in mid build. I'm assuming. And bring starter. Let's go at 2. Did I capitalize all of hand crank starter? Yes, I did. Okay. I/low gear. Low gear. What else is in here that I need to... Brakes, lights, that's fine. Steering, linear actuator, left shift. Okay, that's what I need to do. I/low gear. Engine throttle. Reverse. I have your DM open. Oh, no! I'm gonna do something to this front suspension. I'm going to... Actually, I know how I want to do this. Doop, 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 doop. Now I should be able to grab this whole piece. Yes, I can. And spring. What? Oh. Oh yeah, I am aware of that you can place things inside of each other. I don't use it because I want to build things in the most vanilla way that I can for the time being. You're fine. It's like, I know you can do it. I just really have no intent to use it right now. Oh, that spring makes this front suspension extremely weak. Oh no. Oh no. Much stable, very safe. Yeah, no, we're gonna undo that. I genuinely thought, oh yeah, let's add some suspension. I didn't realize springs were such a weak attachment. No, it was bending. It wasn't just the spring itself was just bending in a way that it shouldn't be allowed to. Yeah, I could probably do that. Jacob, but then it'd be quite a bit more space. Aren't you wanting to start? I love just being surrounded by all sorts of little buttons and switches. Yeah, if I elongate it the other or backwards, it would go into the engine. And then if I go forwards, it's probably going to interfere with the hand crank. Because I could grab a full bar like this. Wait, what? Is that asymmetrical on the original? Excuse me? No, it's not. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know how it got or how it got messed up on mine. Actually, no, that needs to be moved down by 1. Okay, those should link up, which they do, which is good. And then let's grab the spring. And I might be able to fit this in. Nope, it interferes with the hand crank. So let's... I'm going to put the grill back to the way it was. Oh, it was when I changed its size. Also, I've realized that I forgot to paint this down here. Oh. Put some springs on top, attach the grill more like a regular suspension. I don't want to do that. But I do have an idea of what I could do. Because this shouldn't interfere with this, like, at all. Yeah, no. We're good. And then I want to do... axle. Not just any axle, of these axles. And then these axles. Of these pins. Now this is going to interfere with the grate. Nice. They need side movement? I'm gonna modify the grate a little bit. Curious, will this actually affect it? It's not doing anything. Yeah, it's not actually being affected by that spring in the center. Okay, so we're going to go back a bit. My fingers are actually starting to hurt tapping this so much. Holy sh... Okay. That torsion spring is not coaxial with the axle. You need to get some sideways movement to allow that degree back. Yeah. Here, I'm just gonna... Here's what I want to try. I'm gonna try that same mechanism, but on the side here. And then give it this. so that this can move like that. Then I'm going to copy this on the other side. Something didn't get set right. Let's turn that down 10%. I guess it should also want to go in and out. But for the sake of this, so I can see it trying to break out of that because it wants to bend in a way that it shouldn't. Might be able to fix it. If I do this. Make it slide in axle fixed at spring. Don't know what that means. So I wanted. I need this one. You're saying have this side be the fixed side, and then this one slides, I'm assuming. Now we're getting like full tilt. Yeah, the sliding attachment was just breaking on the stress. Okay, I'm gonna save this real quick. And then this, save. And then what I want to try, just for my own curiosity, we're gonna try and see how much weight we can tow before the game starts to hate us. That wheel's already dying. Let's not... Okay, let's not attach it to the wheel. Let's just attach it to the frame here. Let's grab a beam. Crank the engine. I can just hear the clanking from that. There we go. Let's put it in low gear. I can't lift it up. I'm trying to. That is 8,000 pounds. All right, let's see where it handles itself. Let's do 4,500. And I'm going to save myself some time by just going... The differential does not like the weight. Okay. Note to self, I also need to, like, change the differential. Here. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it alone. Let's actually look at the diff setting right now. Five. Alright, okay, it's towing this okay. Let's go bigger. It's at 4,000. Let's try 550, 560. I keep jumping in thinking it's going to start it, but I know it's not. No, that's not the button I wanted. I wanted this one. So I can go. Yeah, and it's dragging on the ground, too. So it's not like on wheels. No, it's scraping the ground right now. Okay, I want to see where it stops being able to pull this. 6,000? Look at that engine. It's just... You can see the individual... Oh, no, it's going faster than it looks. Oh, it's going significantly faster than it looks. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. 5,800? Still spin the blade, but... Nope. Back to 5,600? That's not the tool I thought I had selected. You can't press W and a tool, so you can't just run around and swap your tools out. You have to stop, select a tool, and then you can move again. Yeah, 5,600 seems to be like the limit this thing can pull. And a part of me is thinking it's also just because it's on the ground. So if I delete these... Oh yeah, it's doing significantly better now. Alright, let's... Now that it's not dragging as bad... Let's give it a... Let's just send it. We're pulling it. $8K. I don't know if it's in pounds or kilos. Also, I would love to point out that the engine is intentionally handicapped. So this is even like the best this engine could do. Turn on the blade. Can I shift up? No. Oh, wait. Yeah. I'm actually picking up speed. Alright, real quick. I want to reload the one that I just finished. And I want to mess with the clutch a little bit. Because right now, by default, this is how much torque. I want to get it to this. I want to see if this will run or no. If this runs, then it's just fine. If it doesn't, then, well. And we also have to experiment with the starter. So... Oh yeah, and our... Oh, I was gonna say our governor might need to be stronger, but no, it seems to be doing its job at 25, yeah. Yeah, trying to turn at 25, not the smartest idea in a tractor. Alright. One more thing I want to do. I want to use... Circle plate. To put a little fuel filler cap on here. Let's get this as steel. And then people wanted me to name it Cranky Jim. I will name it Cranky Jim. Or was it Cranky Jim or Cranky John? I think people said Cranky John. Yeah, Cranky John. Oh, you can fit it on there sideways. Why does it just say Cranky now? There we go. Stop putting it on top of itself. Why? Why do you really want a hyphen there? Do I need to do this? Will that see it as a space? No. If I make it a space, it does it as 2 lines. I don't want it to be 2 lines. How do you change the color of text? That is something I've yet to learn how to do. Yeah. I just don't... How do you paint it? It has the code for it. Okay. Cyan teal car. This one? Oh. So what's with the second color? got like a hue over it though. You notice that? Oh, it's a different green? Okay, that's interesting. It's a slightly different green. Okay, that I think fixed it. Just need to make sure I paint all the stuff I put on here correct green now. Nice. So, do these have specific colors? Because this uses RGB values. Because the original, it's old tractor. Let's make sure it still fires up. Didn't get it that time. Why are you struggling to start? Make sure it starts one more time. Come on, start. There we go. I'm happy. Might have to turn down the turning grip of the wheels, tires. Just to prevent the thing from rolling. There we go. Now it's not rolling as easily. Save it one more time. Cranky John. There we go. Alright. So, I kind of came into this going, oh, it's gonna be easy. I'll do the tractor and hopefully the car today. I was planning to do both of these. However, the car is going to wait. Because, wow, this took much longer than I anticipated it. It was just because I wanted to go, oh, I wanted to have a hand crank. That was most of it. Yeah, and it just means I get to do the car another day, because I, unfortunately, am going to be ending the stream here shortly. I want to upload this here soon. I'm probably not going to upload it right now during the stream, but I will probably upload it I am anticipating doing a video on this. And then probably having it uploaded by then. Whether or not I get it uploaded before then or not is its own thing, but yeah. I am happy with how this has turned out. No, I don't plan to put a flat 4 in the car. I actually want to put a motorcycle engine on the front of it. doing like a V-twin motorcycle engine, because those style of cars, that's usually how they're set up. They just have an air-cooled V engine on the front of the car, like above the bumper. I think the car... I don't really anticipate doing a hand crank on the car. I could, especially if it's just a V-twin, a small cylinder V-twin even, or even a large cylinder. Hand crank should work just fine. Yeah, let me park this up. Because what I would love is either right behind here there's enough room to put an engine, or even put hanging out at the front of the bumper. I really want to try and fit it here and just have a V engine right there. Just a 2-cylinder, like, motorbike style engine. It's really simple. I might experiment some with this roll bar, make it look a little nicer. And I might do some like I did here with all the dials and switches. Upgrade the interior a little bit. I love these little knobs. Yeah. Alright. So with all that being said, I am going to end it here. If you did enjoy the episode, please leave a like. If you have suggestions, leave them in the comments down below. Enjoy the channel, enjoy what I'm doing, please subscribe, it helps out a lot. Until next time, thanks for stopping by, thanks for sticking around, and peace.